bunch of townspeople disappeared along with that massive ship.
Oh my god, I've been muted this entire time. It's a good thing I wasn't doing anything important. I was talking about, like, I've been talking for the last, like, 10 minutes about fucking, about, like, trying to set up stream elements, trying to unhook it, because it keeps putting a message in my chat, and I don't know how to get rid of it. But I am going to, I'm going to go to, the stuff. Yeah, I need to collect 10 black pearls and 1 gold ore, and then I'll be done. Then I can read the stories and finish the game. And then I'll get to spin the wheel again. I'm hoping I get to spin the wheel again tonight. I don't think I will, but it would be nice. I need to have, like, a big thing on my screen that just tells me when I'm muted or not. Maybe Firebot can do that for me. Because Firebot seems to be able to hook into OBS. Even though it's a bit difficult, I got very mad at it on Saturday for being difficult. Oh, there's one! One? We're a 10th of the way there. Meanwhile, I'm thinking of being dumb, and making my own translation patch for Final Fantasy IV. Because there's like a few different translations of Final Fantasy IV, and right now the most popular ones are Project 2 and Naming Way Edition. But the problem I have with both of them is that they're not quite right. Project 2 has a lot of problems with it that make me upset. Like, I kind of want a version, my own customized version of that game, because I have my sister's kids over on the weekends, and they come by and we play games, and I want to play Final Fantasy IV, but I want a version of it that's good. And I want to play the Super Nintendo version, but the problem with the Super Nintendo version is that the translation, like the actual, like, official translation, is a terribly butchered version of the game. Hey, Black Pearl. And I don't like it. It's kind of awful. It is like, so what they did was they got rid of the, like half of the fucking abilities in the game, and they got rid of, like, half of the items in the game, and they rebalanced it so that it was incredibly easy. And there's a part in the game where one of the characters just straight up spoils events later in the game. basically gives it away what's gonna happen. So it's like, so I'm kind of sitting here being like, well, like, I want a version of the game that's got a good translation. But also at the same time, I don't want a version of the game that doesn't have the, that doesn't remove the fun parts of the original translation, like Spoony Bard and stuff like that. Because, like, that line is legendary. You can't not have the Spoony Bard line. My favorite part about that line is that it's not a mistranslation, because that line wasn't in the Japanese game at all. It's the most ridiculous thing to add to the game there. Just like, you spoony bard. It's so good. I love it. But I don't want stuff like that taken out. Like the Project 2 mod has a bunch of issues with it. That like I like the original game better for.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared.
Like so one of the things that the US version does is when your characters are dead, it tells you like their status when you look at them in the menus and stuff like that. And in the US version, it calls them swoon. Which I think is hilarious. It's like, they're not dead, they're just swoon. And Project 2 fixed that. It made them wounded again. Like, it just says wound instead of swoon, and I'm like, ah, that's no fun. It's just like normal, and so there's a bunch of them that like there's a bunch of changes they made. Like, so the Naming Way edition uses the modern spell names and stuff like that. So with Final Fantasy, it wasn't until Final Fantasy VIII that they started using names like Cure and Cura and Curaga and things like Fyra and Fyraga and stuff like that. And the thing about that is that the Japanese games always use these names. It's just that the English versions always use things like Fire 1, Fire 2, Fire 3 and stuff like that. And that kind of is a bit of a feel in the original games, you know, like, it feels so weird seeing Final Fantasy IV with names like Curaga and stuff like that, because it doesn't quite fit that era of game. It kind of like those kinds of like spell names and stuff like that were really only for the later entries in the series. And the thing is, like, I want the fixes where they bring back all the abilities and they bring back the old graphics, like the uncensored graphics and stuff like that, because that was the thing that they did in the US version. They did things like censoring out a guillotine and making all the chests look the same and replacing the save points with a big S. Which not gonna lie, I kinda like that one. The save points are weird in FF4 because there's like multiple types of them, I think. But I don't really care that much about that. It's more the wording changes that bother me. Project 2 is weird in that it also makes changes to like some of the so they like added back in the developer room, and they added back in and they used the original like layouts from the Japanese version for the dungeons and stuff like that. And that's fine, I don't have a problem with that, but it was but it turns out that I'm not the only person who felt the new spell names didn't quite fit in the new didn't quite fit in the Naming My edition, because there's a patch that you can get that reverts the spell names to their old names and all of that sort of stuff, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, I like that. But the problem is, it doesn't revert back everything. It only reverts back like spells and ability names. It doesn't revert any of the item names, which also got changed in the Naming Way edition. In the Naming Way edition, there's like, it's like potion and high potion and ether and dry ether and stuff like that, like it is in the modern games. But in the original, it was just Cure 1, Cure 2, you know, like Ether 1, Ether 2. But the thing is, but it's better than the Project 2 names, which are fucking Tincture and Tonic, which it's lifted straight from Final Fantasy VI. Like, that's a problem that I have with the Project 2 version, is that it lifts a bunch of words from Final Fantasy VI. Like, in the original game, in the original US translation, the summons are called just summon monsters. They don't really have a name. Whereas in Final Fantasy VI, the summon monsters are called espers, which I always thought was a really cool name, but Final Fantasy is known for calling them something different in every game. So they're guardian forces in 8, and they're aeons in 10, and they're icons in 16 and stuff like that. And later versions of Final Fantasy IV would go on to use the term Eidolon instead. And I think that Eidolon is a wonderful phrase. Like, I think it's a wonderful name for them. I think it fits Final Fantasy IV very well. However, Project 2 uses espers, and I'm like, like, esper and tonic and tincture are words that are very, very Victorian era, which makes it fit Final Fantasy VI's setting, because Final Fantasy VI's setting is the Victorian era. It's like steam engines and stuff like that. So yeah, I definitely want to see things like tonics and tinctures and espers and stuff like that. I feel like it works really well there. But in Final Fantasy IV, Final Fantasy IV is way more medieval. And I feel like a more long name like Eidolon works a lot better in that setting than the term Esper. I feel like Esper feels like something I'd hear somebody saying in like a Victorian era. But the sea turtle eggs. Hopefully I'll get more of these black pearls soon, because I've only got 2 and it's been like 15 minutes now. It'll probably take a while, but I'm ranting about Final Fantasy IV right now. So whilst the term like Eidolon, I feel really fits the setting of the game, I feel like terms like Cure 1 and Cure 2 and Life 1 and Life 2 and stuff like that really fit the feel of the era of game that it is, because it's an early Super Nintendo game. You know, it's kind of like it fits in well with like NES games and GB and Game Boy games at the time and stuff like that. And most of those RPGs would use simple terms because they didn't have a lot of space. They'd like a term like Cure 1 or Cure 2 would like feels right at home in that era of games. Whereas you know, Curaga just feels like they pretty well did it. It feels like, you know, like they're using too many characters.
Bunch of townspeople
But the thing is, with another interesting quirk was the difference between cure and heal. Was an item name that always confused me, or a spell name, because in Final Fantasy IV, cure heals your health, but heal heals your status elements. And in modern Final Fantasy games, heal is no longer called heal; it's called Asuna, and Asuna is like so oftentimes that spell would actually be called something different. So Asuna yeah, also known as heal or remedy. So oftentimes it would be called remedy in certain games. I think it's actually only called remedy in FF6. Yeah, FF6 calls it remedy, but FF7 calls it Asuna. But FF4, on the other hand, calls it heal, which is incredibly confusing when you've got the heal spell versus the cure spell. I've had a lot of people come up to me and be like, "What the fuck? What's this heal cure stuff?" And I'm like, "Isn't it obvious? Cure heals you, and cure obviously heals you, and heal obviously cures you of your fucking ailments." They totally got it the wrong fucking way around, but I love it. I love it. To me, that's part of the experience, is the heal cure nonsense. And for them to just be like, "Oh yeah, now it's cure and Asuna," it's like, oh, it's okay, fine, whatever. That being said, Asuna is definitely a term I'd see fitting better in Final Fantasy IV's setting than Final Fantasy VI's.
townspeople disappeared along
Final Fantasy VI, using the term remedy, I think is really works with the setting. Whereas in Final Fantasy IV's case, heal is just playing into that early Super Nintendo jank, you know? But the thing about it is that there's no combination of those patches that works the way that I want them to work. With Project 2, it's like, oh yeah, I get espers. So Project 2 is very faithful to the US original, rather than trying to be faithful to the Japanese version. But it uses the modern item names and stuff like that. So I'm like, yeah, I don't know. And it uses eidolons, so espers instead of eidolons, whereas Whereas the naming way version is closer to the Japanese original, where it like and where it uses like the Japanese dungeon layouts and stuff like that. So Project 2 tries to retain the US dungeon layouts, but restore the abilities and stuff like that. Which, not gonna lie, I'd be happier with that version than I would be with trying to make all the maps and dungeons the same as their Japanese counterpart. But the problem is, Project 2 uses espers, whereas Naming Way uses eidolons. So I kind of wish I could just like I kind of wish I could just grab the Project 2 ROM and apply my own patch to revert all of these issues. Get it to use eidolons instead, and get it to use Cure 1 and Cure 2 and heal and stuff like that instead. There's another thing that they changed in Project in the Naming Way edition. They changed the menu option for fight to attack. Now, attack is a more accurate translation of what the menu command is. It better describes what you're doing, whereas fight is a bit more generic. It's like, yeah, I was already fighting a battle. My goodness, the Black Pearls aren't being nice to me today. At least this is an easy thing to grind for, though. I just have to walk around in circles for a really long time.
A bunch of townspeople disappeared.
But so yeah, in every version of Final Fantasy before Final Fantasy VII, I think it was, the command is called fight instead of attack. And I feel like that fits the game better. I feel like that fits those early janky Super Nintendo games better. Another thing that's interesting is because Final Fantasy IV hadn't quite figured out how to call what to use for names of the summons and stuff like that yet. It actually uses a very unique term in that it translates summon and summoner to call and caller. And I feel like that's a translation that was, as a result of the dodgy localization team they had on 4. My understanding is that 4 was translated by non-native speakers, and so as a result there's a lot of odd choices for words and stuff like that. Like non-native speakers who were also very inexperienced in translating the game. Or translating games. But I always felt as though the use of call instead of summon was actually rather neat. Because it does a great job of illustrating what they mean without using such a complex word. Because for young kids, which I was when I played the game, call made a lot of sense. Yeah, I'd call for help. Whereas summon, I'd take a look at that, I'd be like, what the fuck is a sum on? I understood what call meant. I made calls all the time. Summon is the kind of term that I'd expect to see in the game if the target audience was more mature. Which is why I can kind of see why they pick call instead of summon for that one. Now, by the time that term was used again in English, So 4 is the only English release that was released before the choice to use summon was made in FF7. Because in FF6 you don't summon people. It's you don't summon espers. Well you do, but there isn't just like a summon command. You go into magic and it's at the top of the magic list. Whereas, but in 3 and 5 never got an English release, so 4 was the only English release to use summons, and it used the term call instead. And 1 and 2 didn't feature summons. But that was the thing, was call was a very unique way of saying that command. There's actually a few very weird ways of calling some of these commands. But that being said, a lot of the stuff doesn't need to change, because a lot of the names that they use in the Naming Way edition work really well, and because they were dummied out for the US version, and they never had a name to fucking begin with. So, like, a lot of what the Naming Way edition does, I don't have a problem with. One thing I will say is that I really hope that the Naming Way edition has the Achu line in it, because I love the Achu line. It is the dumbest line in the whole game, and that's including Spoony Bard. Like, yes, this monk guy knows how to do kung fu. What's a sound that you make when you do kung fu? Achoo! Oh my god. Oh, Achoo, I love it. I really so Achoo doesn't make an appearance in Project 2, which made me really sad. I was like, oh man, like, come on guys. Like, you can do this. You can let me have that one. See, this is the problem, is that some of these retranslation efforts, like, they're very subjective, and some of them are like, I want to be really faithful to the original game, but also at the same time, some of them kind of don't. So Project 2's aim was effectively to make a version of Final Fantasy IV. Black Pearl, yay! I got 3 of them now. Okay, 4. Make that 4 of them. That was neat. But yeah, Project 2's aim was to effectively take Final Fantasy IV and make a version of it that was very similar to Final Fantasy VI, which is why it uses terms like tincture and tonic and esper, and it's also why it uses so it tries to be faithful to the US version. It's kind of aiming to be the US version that didn't fuck everything up. And I can admire that. And the Naming Way guys came by and said, well, no, we don't like what you've done here. We want to make it closer to the Japanese version. And they did a pretty good job, but to be honest, like, I kind of wanted a version of Project 2 that used the Final Fantasy IV style translation, but just fix the translation, because that was the main issue with that game. Was I just wanted them to restore the abilities and the balancing, and I wanted them to retranslate it to fix all the fucking all the spoilers and shit that the US version introduced. And some people will come by and say, oh, you should play the J2E version. And the J2E version is a fucking mess. It makes the US version look like a clean and good version of the game. They fucked up so many things. They basically just took the US version, added a bunch of swears in it for no reason, and added a bunch of pop culture references, and also made the names weird, and also made the font really fucking big for some reason. And it is hands down the worst version of the game. And that's saying something. Like, the US version was already terrible enough. The US version was the version of the game that I grew up with. And I love that version, but the problem is namely that it fucks up in the script, and it fucks up in the script, and it removed a bunch of abilities, and items and shit. And that's all I wanted to fix. I just wanted to fix the translation issues, and I wanted to fix the translation issues, and I wanted to fix the ability item issues. But the rest of the game was fine. Like, the terms that they used for things were fine. Like, the terminology of the game fits perfectly fine for the era of game that it is. And part of the reason why I want to play that game is because I want to show the kids how these games progressed, you know, like what changed and what didn't. And so normally I just play the actual, like, official translation. And that's what we did for Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VI, you know. We got to see some of the things that those games, we got to see some of the, basically, the how those games evolved. But unfortunately, 4's problems are just too great. They, like, seriously, like, they removed Cecil's, like, let's take a look. TCF, Final Fantasy IV, right? Now, if we take a look at, this game has regional differences. Oh, dang it. Where's the regional differences? Oh my god, the version differences are so big that it quite literally has its own it quite literally has its own page. I actually want Final Fantasy for US versus Japanese. Let's see what the wiki says. So here we go. The wiki actually has a better example of this. Do I have... So I'm going to try my my window shenanigans. Save browser window. Now, hold on. Huh? Huh? What? It unloaded? What? Hold on a minute. It's unloaded fucking, Python. There we go. That was weird. I can't believe it didn't... It decided not to fucking display that. Okay. So, the version differences here are insane, right? Oh, fuck. I'm getting all these ads because I'm in incognito mode. So... Censorship, religious imagery removed, such as holy being renamed to white. Fucking the dancing girl that appears in Baron was censored. But let's see, where is it? Individual items, the alert item. Nearly all secret passages found in dungeons are made visible. Okay, Cecil's darkness ability is removed. In addition to all of the abilities that were removed in easy type, see above. So in easy type, which is the Japanese easy version of the game, several abilities have been removed. Teller's Recall, Edward's Salve, Rose's Prey, Yang's Focus and Brace, Palom's Bluff, Porom's Cry, and Fusoya's Regen have all been removed. All of those abilities have been removed. Like, it is insane. Like, let's take a look-see. Does it say which items have been removed? Magic spells Protect, Shell, and Dispel are removed, as well as Rydia's Cockatrice Summon. Azura originally incorporated Protect into her attack script. It was replaced with the stronger healing spell. Fucking individual items that cure specific status ailments were removed in favor of the remedy item, with the price reduced from 5,000 to 100. The rare ether item that replenish MP can also be purchased in any shop as well. Like, holy shit. Guys, what are you doing? You can't just remove that much shit. It goes on. Like, you saw that whole ass page. Like, there is so many things that they removed from the US version. It is not funny. They censored the guillotine to make it look like a ball. They changed the treasure chest icons. They changed the save icon. They changed so much. It is a train wreck of a version of the game. And the only reason why I can see why they would make any of these changes was they were just trying to make it easier for kids to play the game. And that's fine, but to be honest, I don't know. I think kids wouldn't have had that much troubles with it, you know? Like, I don't think they would have had troubles with, you know, using a single remedy for 100 gil versus like individual healing items. Like, I don't think that's, you know, it's that bad of a change. don't mind me ranting on about this shit. But that's the thing, is what I'm thinking of is I'm thinking of making my own patch that strikes the balance between cheese and good translation that I like. Because when it comes to the actual translation quality, the Naming Way edition is much better. Like, it is significantly better than any of the official releases. And it is definitely a better version of the game to play than the original. But I feel like as if I want to make my own version that's kind of a bit more that leans a bit more in the way of the US version of the game. I do like that Project 2 changed the title card for it to say Final Fantasy IV in the American style. Because if you ask me, whoops, no, that's not the browser window I wanted. Hold on, because I just wanted to go to romhacking.net and see what the... So the thing is, so Project 2 comes with a new title screen. And I absolutely love the US version of the Final Fantasy IV title screen. I honestly kinda don't like the Japanese version. The Japanese version feels dull to me. Whereas the US version is actually kind of unique, and I kind of like it better. Like, if we go, let's take a look, see, FF4 title, screen comparison. For a second there, I thought nothing had spawned. But no, we got two. You usually get about 2 or 3 of them, I think. Pearl. Black Pearl. That makes 5. We're halfway there. So the, where is it? There's a safe browser window. Oops, I've gone the wrong way. No, that's not what I wanted to fucking... Actually, the cutting room floor might be the PCRF FF4. Cutting room floor might be the best place to actually see this. Version differences. So here we go. So this is the title card for this is the title screen for the original Japanese version of Final Fantasy IV. And it's a perfectly fine title screen. There's nothing really wrong with it. But when it comes to the title screen, so here's the North American version, and personally, I like the North American version better. I think that that's a wonderful logo they've got going on there, you know? And I'm not the only one who thinks this. A lot of people are very divisive about this, you know, like, which one do they prefer? Do they prefer this one, or do they prefer this one? Personally, like, part of the reason why I like the... Oh, another Black Pearl. That's 6. Part of the reason why I like this one better is because this is what I grew up with. To me, this is what Final Fantasy IV looks like. romhacking.net. Is this the one? Oh, what's going on here? Whoops, that's a download. I wonder if did that show up? Okay, so let's go for ROM hacks and let's search for Final Fantasy 2. And the reason why I search for Final Fantasy 2 is because, naming way. So the thing about the Naming Way edition is that it's actually a hack of Final Fantasy 2, not a hack of Final Fantasy 4. It is to be applied to the North American version of Final Fantasy 4, also known as 2. We'll just keep on keeping on with this. But Project 2, what it did was neat. Was it just took the North American logo and then just applied and then just updated it to say 4 instead of 2, which I think is a cool way of doing this. I love this. I do think the V at the bottom here could probably be a bit more pointy, but like, that's a pretty solid compromise. You okay? I love that. I think that's wonderful. You know, you spoony bud is still there. Don't you get it yet? All I ever wanted was to fight by your side, despite any danger. And yeah, in Project 2, they have a lot of these. In Project 2, the names and stuff like that are like retained. You know, like Cure 2 and stuff like that. That being said, the item names changed in 2, and the thing is, in Project 2, so the item names changed in Project 2, but they changed to things like tincture and tonic and stuff like that, and I was like, well, if they're gonna change it to that stuff, I'd rather just have the modern names, because at least I know what I'm getting into with like High Potion and High Ether and stuff like that. FF4K star. This utility might be very useful. I didn't even think about this. Look at this. I could rename all kinds of things. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should use this utility. That'll save me a whole heck of a lot of work. Maybe I'll do that. I might even do it on stream. Hey, Black Pearl! That puts us at 7. We're getting very close. There's only 3 of these left, and then one gold ore. And gold ore is pretty easy to obtain. Pearl. Shell.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared. So this is release date 2012. This editor has only been confirmed to work with ROMs of FF2 US. Usage of this editor and other ROMs is at your own risk. I may eventually add compatibility for others. Top utility for FF2, version 1.8. Does that actually show up? No, it makes my window disappear. Cool. This editor is not designed to play nice with other editors, patches, or external modifications to your ROM besides graphics editing. If you are able to use other editors or patches or make other changes by means other than 4K stuff. Gastropod. And it happens to be more gastropods. See, I think the game is trying its best to only give me 5 spawns at a time at most. But yeah, now that I know that that utility exists, I might actually do this.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared along with that massive Empty bottle. Driftwood. Crap. Where's that thing? Okay. So maybe I'll do that on stream at some point. Because I love doing that kind of stuff. Messing around with, messing around with these things, writing my own custom versions of things. It's usually because I'm dumb and just can't bring myself to compromise sometimes. Just like, no, it must be exactly the way I want it. And then spend all fucking afternoon trying to get one fucking script working. probably yelling at the computer whilst I'm doing it, as people probably saw on Saturday. Wait, did I check down there? I did. All good, all good.
A bunch of townspeople disappeared along with
Bum 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 bum. Man, it's so restricting having the 1080p monitor. So like right now I've got Nier playing on one half of my ultra wide. So I kind of want to upgrade my setup so that I have both an ultra wide and my 4K monitor. Because like I like to play games like full screen games on like the PS5 and stuff like that. But I also like having the ultra wide at the same time. It would be nice not having to do picture in picture all the time, because the picture by picture mode on this monitor really sucks. It's like, nope, I'm not actually doing any of this. It kind of likes to default to displaying the same image on both sides for some reason, which is like really dumb. Like, why would I want picture by picture that just displays the same image on both sides of the screen? Like, I bet there's someone out there who's been looking and trying to find a ultra wide monitor that just displays the same thing on both sides and has been unable to do so. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here saying, why the fuck did they do it like this? Okay.
a bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
Ah. Hey, another black pearl. That makes 8. We've only got 2 left. I also apologize to the viewers at home for exposing you to this nonsense. I promise I'll try to avoid this kind of stuff in the future. Like, I only did this because, for the most part, I was, and I still am, enjoying this game. It's been a fun game. See, the problem with me actually spending time and savoring a game like this, actually investing in it, is that, I don't get to spin the wheel nearly as often. So ideally I prefer shorter games so I can spin the wheel more often. And sometimes I rush through games. I'm just like, yep, I just need to fucking I just need to get through the game. Just like, yep, get through this as soon as I can and spin the wheel.
A bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
Normal pearl. Empty bottle. Normal pearl again. Gosh dang it. This time isn't my lucky day, evidently. I'm kind of excited to get to use that FF4 editor though. I'm also not sure if I'm hungry or not.
A bunch of townspeople disappeared
Starfish. I didn't think I've had a starfish before. All of this stuff's going to be useless. I'm just going to end up selling it. But even then, like, I've got more than enough money right now. Pardon me? Black Pearl, yay! One more Black Pearl, then we can go get a gold ore. I'll look up. Let's look up to see what the let's take a look. See gold or Nier. Red drop at the harvest points in these places. So Northern Plains, it's a 5%. Eastern Road, it's a... Oh my god, fucking... How many ads do I need to have? It's a 5% on the Eastern Road. On the Southern Plains, it's a 4%. So Southern Plains is out. Starfish. The Airy is probably out because the Airy's kind of gone. 10% on the A1. Actually, I may still be able to get that. Yeah, because that's in the area from... In the area where it's not so bad. And gold ore here, oh, it's 15% in fucking in the desert, so never mind. Okay, well that's where we're going for. Black Pearl, there it is. That's the last one. Now we just need to teleport over to the desert and probably grab a gold ore within like 5 minutes or so. Hopefully.
Oh there.
And then once I'm done, I can go in and I can read all of the textable. Yeah! I like reading textables. I'm bad at it, but I still like doing it. See, that's me dancing because I know that this is the last thing to collect in like the whole game. Oh, why can't I get it? Why can't I be over there? God damn it. Let's see if my memory still works for where all these things are. Silver ore, damn it. So close to being a gold ore. So there was one down here, but it's... My goodness, that texture on that rock is really deceptive, ain't it? Okay, let's take a look, see. So there was... Okay, there's one over here. Gold ore, there we go, done. Let's fast travel over to the thing. And go back to the... I think the graveyard's the closest to the boat. Chris is probably going to be like, oh my goodness, you've finally done it. Oh, hello.
Come, we'd best to leave him be.
Hmm. Screw it. I'll see what this is. Oh, it's another gold ore, just in case the first one I got wasn't enough.
Oh there, getting on?
Okay, let's go to Northern Plains. Okay. We're going to go for a boar ride. Quite literally, because I'm going to be boring you all to death with my storytelling shenanigans soon. Ah, that's right, I can ride the boar all the way down here. Ah, well. The way that he jumps up and then, like, immediately goes down, like, a couple rungs really annoys me, not gonna lie. Okay. Through here. Dum ba 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 dum. In we go. It's time to upgrade these.
What can I help you with?
Done. Forging Master. Total trophy progress 41%. Well, that's one way to do it. Okay.
Come back.
Come back soon. Okay, we're going to start at the top and read all the way down the bottom, okay? Look at all this story going on. Okay. It's time to read. Smash, 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 smash. Sweat rolls down the faces of the hard-scrabble men as they chip away at iron stone, their cheerful singing echoing through the mine. We are workers, workers in the mine, dirty from tip to toe. Again today we search for iron with all our might. Smash, 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 smash. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of women stomping on bellows in the mill. The sound of iron being gathered from the scorched sands. We are workers, workers in the mill, workers who send wind. Today we stomp the bellows again with all our might. Foom, 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 foom. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of swordsmiths wielding hammers at their forges. The ringing of such transformative blows is stunning indeed. We are the swordsmiths. Swordsmiths who bring blades to life. Lords of steel. Clang, 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 clang. Rip, 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 rip. The sound of flesh being rent on the battlefield. The sound of killing enemies. Killing someone. Killing humans. Somebody help me. It hurts. It hurts so much. Help me, mommy. Oh no! Rip, 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 rip. Oh my god! I wasn't expecting that. I know it's a sword. That's you can't do that to me. No, I don't like that. Oh, all the stories gonna be like this? Okay. I love him with all my heart, as he does me. When we cross paths outdoors, he sends signals with his eyes that only I can understand. His treasures, my gifts, so much. He keeps them locked away in a safe. Oh, I couldn't ask for a better lover. I can't believe this. My best friend deceived the love of my life and stole him from me. One moment he was there, and the next he was gone. All that remains are some of my gifts, which are scattered across his empty room. Everything else of value has been sold at the village marketplace. This will not stand. He hasn't abandoned me. He's just being tricked by that woman. I know he still has feelings for me. He must. I'm far more beautiful than she is, and he knows it. Oh yes, he knows. But I must make him see the truth, and quickly. I have to get her away from him. I have to kill her. Kill! Hurry up and kill! Consumed by her madness, the woman slaughtered the young husband and wife, hacking them with such force that the blade of her sword warped. The woman then went into hiding, leaving only behind clumps of unrecognizable meat and a sword with a horribly bent blade, but no matter how many smiths attempted to repair the sword, it never again retained its original shape. Damn! I don't have my concern here. I suppose I'll just have to be angry. Oh, damn, that's... Okay. I guess this is how these stories are going. The girl has been betrothed to a local lord on the day of her birth. As she grew, her days were taken up by studying proper bridal technique, while her evenings were spent staring out her bedroom window and offering prayers for her betrothed to the night sky. Oh my lord, if only you could come by. Oh, I'll catch you later, 13. I hope you have a good bed. Oh my lord, if only you would come to me but a single day sooner. Her home was occupied by several other girls her age. Each one shared the same betrothed and spent her days studying bridal techniques, and her evenings praying to the night sky. Oh my lord, if only you would come to me but a single day sooner. One day a quarrel broke out as the girls argued that only the greatest among them could become their lord's betrothed. None would yield an inch.
each asserting only they alone could possibly satisfy him. Seeing this, their caretaker said in a kind voice, "Worry not, girls, each and every one of you shall surely become bride to our Lord." Hearing this, every face lit up in an expression of pure joy. On the day they were to be married, the girls were brought to a place of cobbled stone they could see from the windows of their home. A single dagger was then placed before them, and the girls were told they needed to end their life here and now if they wished to meet their betrothed. Upon hearing this news, the girls scrambled to seize the dagger from one another, plunging it into their chest the moment they held it. Years later, a temple named the Betrothed was built on the spot where the girls took their own lives. Damn! Oh my god! Jeez, these stories are not good. I don't like them. They're mean and sad. There is a legend of long ago that speaks of a nation threatened by a great inferno. Hold on a second. Okay. There's a legend of long ago that speaks of a nation threatened by a great inferno. This nation, however, was saved from eternal hellfire by a sword with the power to freeze anything. Around this sword stood thousands upon thousands of human ice sculptures. A man on a journey to seek out weapons eventually discovered the sword. He wrapped it in several layers of cloth and took it with him, placing it in a bag he carried upon his back. But before the man realized what was happening, the cloth, the sword, and his own body ended up frozen solid. A traveling shrine maiden eventually discovered the sword. She offered a prayer to her god and gripped the hilt, but cold instantly shot through her fingers and into her body, freezing her solid. In her final moments, the shrine maiden unleashed words of great blasphemy to the god who had failed her. An enslaved woman in a mine eventually discovered the sword. Desiring an easy death over the continuation of her daily suffering, she grasped the weapon firmly, and while the woman did not freeze, she was also unable to pierce her own flesh. Soon, moonlight shone upon the blade of the weapon, reflecting the sight of the woman being beaten and dragged away by her master. What the fuck? What the... like, oh my god. What a mean weapon. Oh my god, this is no good. I don't like these stories. Why did I spend so much time grinding for these stories? I just wanted to see what they said. And it's always the last level that's like the worst one. That's right, this here's a weapon that'll be ending your life. Aw, don't sweat it, there's nothing to worry about. It'll be a pain the likes of which you've never felt before. In fact, you won't even feel pain at first. It'll be more like water sliding across your skin. Oh, no, please. Honestly, for most folks, it ain't the pain that makes them scream. It's the sight of their own blood flowing out of them. Yeah, it won't end so easy. See this part of the blade right here? This part hurts like a real son of a bitch. It's my favorite, which is why I always save it for last. I like to use it after people's voices get too hoarse and you can't tell what they're saying, which is a real... Fucking hell, are you ever loud? Am I piping down there? You're gonna make my hand slip. I won't kill you right away, so don't worry about a thing there, champ.
I'm gonna take my sweet time before you finally give up the ghost. Honestly, you'd be surprised at how much it takes to kill a person. I mean, think about it. People got 2 eyes, most of them anyway, and 2 ears, 10 fingers, 10 toes, 20 nails across the lot, and don't even get me started on joints, because folks got hundreds of the damn things. Yeah, we got plenty of ways to keep ourselves entertained. Huh? Why am I doing this? Now, ain't that a question, buddy? I'm just doing what you've been doing for a good long while now. Nabbing innocent citizens on fake charges, torturing them, and putting their severed heads on display. That ring any bells, buddy? It should, 'cause it was all you. Guess maybe you forgot about all that, eh? Well, that's okay. I'll spend all the time it takes to make sure you remember every last thing you did to my wife and daughter. Oh my god, that's like, holy shit, the last level is always so crazy. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. Like, each of them is just like, what the fuck? Okay. An elderly scholar sits in the dim reference room of a mouldy museum. Before him lies a single box which has been sealed away. It is an article the museum's previous curator made abundantly clear should never be opened. It is said the box contains a fossil that drinks the blood of humans. What foolishness! One would think we as a people would have outgrown such nonsense. Only someone who spends all their life surrounded by books could possibly believe such preposterous superstition. He opens the box, which spits forth a cloud of dust, and beholds a single stone of bizarre shape. Looking at the attached handle, one could easily conclude it was used in some manner of ceremony. However, it could also be viewed as a weapon. And what a fascinating shape. Yes, this will require rigorous research indeed. How foolish everyone was to be afraid of something like this. The scholar chuckles softly to himself as he reaches up and gouges out his left eye with the fossil tip. Ah, no! Oh, God! Oh, no! No! Oh my god! That's... Oh! I can't... Oh, that's fucking awful. No, I don't like this. Why did I do this? The game's punishing me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I have to regain my composure. The sisters were puppets of complex machinery. So fine was their construction that any who laid eyes upon them assumed they were human in every way. They were the embodiment of a man's greatest technological achievements. They walked like humans, ate like humans, laughed like humans. The one thing they could not do, however, was shed tears, for they were not designed in that way. Because the sisters were machines, they felt nothing. Oh, they might mourn as humans did, but they experienced no true sadness. Is this Deviler and Popola? For they did not know what sadness was, even when their friends perished in tragic accidents, and their creator died of disease. They felt nothing. To the sisters, all it meant was that those people no longer existed. It was a warm spring's day when a lone cat wandered into their home. It was scrawny, filthy thing. It was a scrawny, filthy thing riddled with disease. What a bother, the sisters thought as they looked down at the wretched creature. But they fed it milk, wiped it down, and kept it warm. And soon the cat was well again. From that day forth, it would linger wherever the sisters were, brushing against their legs when it wanted food. If it caught a mouse, it would bring it back to boast about its prowess. If it wanted love, it would cry out to them in a mewling voice. What a bother, the sisters thought. It was a cold winter's day when the cat came into their house, let out a feeble squeak, and died. Time and again did the younger sister shake the cat's body. Time and again did the elder sister call out to it. But the cat neither moved nor responded. In that moment the sisters felt as though they felt something break deep inside their chests. And from that day forth they truly felt nothing at all. Oh, damn! Wow, okay. Okay, long ago, in a faraway kingdom, there lived three brothers. The middle brother was a famous general who commanded a vast army. People everywhere were terrified of his troops, for they were most violent indeed. The general loved to make war. He enjoyed nothing more than watching cities burn and corpses pile up, and he fought not to subjugate, but simply to destroy all that he could. His well-trained soldiers laid waste to towns, cities, and even nations for the sake of their general. And as they hewed and hacked and chopped, the general would chuckle to himself in the most vulgar of tones. um... Okay. The army marched on and on, nations by the sea, nations on the mountain, nations in the deserts, nations in tundra, nations to the east, nations to the west. The general cared not, he simply wished to watch it all burn. His orders were absolute, and for years beyond counting the soldiers killed and killed, and killed 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 and killed. Well, that was a lot of killing. After some time, the army arrived in a certain nation. They killed its soldiers, they killed its townspeople, they killed its princesses and princes, and dukes and bakers and lawyers and accountants and beggars and thieves. Eventually the shabby general came pleading for his life with tears in his eyes, but they killed him as well. However, the soldiers thought he seemed familiar and tried to recall how they might have known him. In that moment, however, the general's daughter appeared, and they became so engrossed in ending her life that they never thought about the matter again. Wait, so the guy fucking... So they just... That was the... It was the general.
Interesting. Okay, so we've got Faith. There was once a famous poet in a land far, far to the far, far east. Now, in his twilight years, his ability had withered such that he could no longer craft a single stanza or verse. The poor poet spent every moment racked with sorrow for what had been lost, but one day a monk appeared by his side, gently placed a blade in his hand, and imparted the following words. Kill one by this blade for one poem, and two for two in kind, the likes of which will be more splendid than any this world has ever heard. Clinging to the monk's words, the man waited for the cover of darkness and cut down a man he encountered by the roadside. The following day he wrote a most beautiful poem, instantly reclaiming the fame and prosperity he had lost. The poet went on to kill two in succession. He killed one and wrote a poem, and then killed again and wrote another, rising to almost dazzling levels of wealth and renown. But soon he became obsessed with knowing how splendid a poem he might write if he were to kill someone precious to him. Really? He killed his wife and wrote a poem. He killed his children and wrote a poem for each. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. He moved through his estate, killing everyone there, writing and writing and writing and writing and writing. Eventually he killed so many passers-by that the poems could not keep up, and he would kill and write, then kill and kill and kill and kill until in the end he took his own life, no longer crafting poems at all. All that remained was a blade wet with blood. Oh my god! No! This is painful. How many more of these do I have to do? This is the one I just did, is Faith. Oh my god, look at all these. This is what I get for doing this. This is my punishment. There once was a royal sword passed down in a prodigious kingdom that had prospered for generations. It was said that the crystal was... hold on. It was said that the crystal embedded upon it contained a something magic. It contained a great magic, and should it ever absorb the blood of 10,000 people, it would grow bright red and grant its wielder immortality. However, this kingdom's final ruler, known to the world as the High King, valued the continued prosperity of the kingdom he had inherited from his ancestors over any prospect of eternal life. One day, the queen, the king's dearest, lost her life in a tragic accident. She was with child, and the tragedy occurred shortly before the babe was to be born. Distraught with grief upon hearing the news, the aged king found himself unable to accept the prospect of his royal bloodline dying with him. In an attempt to continue the kingdom's legacy by attaining a body without death, the now mad High King used his sword to cut down any and all subordinates or citizens unlucky enough to cross his path. If I am to be the final king, he was heard to cry, then the kingdom survives so long as I live. He killed his subjects by the dozens, the hundreds, the thousands, and with each life he stole, the crystal's light grew more radiant, but when the crystal was nearly full, the king's ailing heart proved unable to bear the burden and burst, killing him on the spot. Alas, He had just slain the pregnant woman and unborn child that were before his very eyes. He would have taken. Alas, had he just slain the pregnant woman and unborn child that were before his eyes, he would have taken exactly 10,000 lives. Fucking A. Ugh. What a... The Phoenix Dagger. This is the one that I've been using this entire time. There was once a woman who promised her hand to a man who was, departing for the front. Devout by nature, she spent mornings, afternoons, and evenings in prayer for the safety of her beloved. Perhaps in response to her earnest pleas, one night a bird enveloped in light appeared to her in a dream and began to speak. "The man you love will surely return safely," said the bird in a beautiful voice. These words brought a great comfort to the woman, and she began weeping tears of joy. "However," continued the bird, "his heart will surely not." Soon the man returned as the bird had foretold, his body covered in scars beyond counting. But as the bird had also foretold, he returned with an unfamiliar woman of extraordinary beauty at his side. Despite this, the pious woman could not contain her love for the man and ran out to meet him as he approached. Surprised, the man embraced her, then collapsed to the ground. The pious woman stood over him, a bloody dagger in one hand and the ripe crimson fruit of his heart in the other. "His heart will stray no longer," she whispered. Amidst the gathering pool of blood, her face awash with pure ecstasy, she placed a tender kiss on her beloved's heart and offered a prayer of gratitude. Well, I don't know what the fuck he was expecting coming back home and then being like, "Yep, I'm with another woman." Of course, a bit drastic of her to fucking pull his heart out. They could have just said, "Okay, well, let's just do a polycule then. That's fine." Jeez, guys, you need to think of solutions instead of problems next time. To be honest, like, so whilst these stories are very somber and very dark and very full of twists, I prefer reading this than I did reading the stuff in Assassin's Creed. It was a bit dry in Assassin's Creed. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy reading through that stuff, but reading through it on stream was very difficult because it was very... It was just very dry. There was a lot of... It wasn't anything fancy or crazy to read, you know? But anyway, hold on a minute. I'm going to go get a drink. I will be right back.
Okay, I'm back. So, this girl had a huge set of horns on her. Beautiful horns like the bull, just growing out of her head, above her ears. I had myself a gander at where the horns met her head. And let me tell you, they were coming straight out of her skull. She was the only kid like that in the whole village. The others were all normal. And the kid with the horns, though, born real small. Apparently, the horns were, I mean... The kid with the horns, though, born real small, apparently. The horns were, I mean, not the kid, and the horns were, I mean, not the kid. Okay, this person's confused me already. And hell, they would have needed to be. Fat chance the kid's mama would have been able to push her out. Push out a pair of horns as huge as that. You'd think a girl like that would have been bullied, right? Well, you'd be wrong. That kid was the hardest person for miles in any direction. Wasn't a man in the village who'd tangle with her, and we're talking men who ain't scared of nothing. She was the best at doing work, what needed physical strength and all that. And she always led the charge whenever shades attacked. And folks loved her for that, sure, but most of all, they loved her because she was always cheerful and, just plain tough. But one day, this huge shade attacked the village that was just too strong. It tore the men apart like old rags, and half the guys in the village died. The girl with the horns fought with all she had, but eventually she couldn't keep up, and the shade lifted her off the ground and ripped the horns right out of her head. Oh, okay. No, I don't like that. The way she screamed was like nothing you ever heard. Sound shook the earth itself, it did. After that, things got real quiet, so I stepped outside and found both the shade and the girl dead. Each of them had wounds all over, and they were leaking blood out of just about everywhere. And don't judge me for saying this now, but it was almost beautiful, like looking at the dark red flowers in full bloom, you know? Hope that answers your first question about why folks in this village can't hear nothing. But you should know, none of us think badly of the girl for making us this way. Being deaf is a hell of a sight better than being dead. Ha ha! Ho 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 ho! Anyway, we've all talked over that day to death, and we think that that final scream was her way of saying goodbye. Everyone in the village is honored that the last thing we ever heard was her farewell. And that's the God's honest truth. Whoa, so they all went deaf? Jeez! That's quite the thing. Fool's embrace. I was saved from the despair that shackled me. I was freed from the fate that cursed me. I was pacified from the indignation that plagued me. I was changed by the day I met you. I'm sorry. The term the word indignation has been forever ruined for me, and the reason why is because of this. Okay. Fantasia tells. Fantasia GBA. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna make sure. I'm just gonna quickly mute the game video and open up the safe browser. Oh god, there's an ad. Hopefully that's not too loud. Skip.
I dwell amidst the abounding light of heaven. Thou art at the gate to the underworld. Come forth, thunder of the gods. What the heck is that?
Indignation! What the heck is that? Oh, I love it. It's wonderful. It's just great. I love the. So there's a bunch of versions of the intro to Tales of Fantasia here, right? There is quite a few of them, and some of them sound better than others, but there's only one in English, and that's the GBA version. Like, here's the other ones. Wait a minute, hold up, I can't hear properly. It's very difficult to hear the Super Nintendo version. One. Sono Bakana! Sono Bakana, I think is what he says. PS1 version's a lot clearer. Indignation! And the GBA version.
I dwell amidst the abounding light of heaven. Thou art at the gate to the underworld. Come forth, thunder of the gods.
Come forth, thunder of the gods.
What the heck is that?
What the heck is that? Indignation. Oh, I love it. It's so good. The PSP version's got some pretty clear audio. Oh, dang it, I pressed... I keep forgetting that if I swap to OBS, it defocuses the window. So I've been told that if you're to play any version of this game, play the PS1 version. PS1 version or the PSP version. The iOS version is filled with microtransactions. If I'm honest, if I was going to play any version of this game, I'd be gravitating to either the PS1 version here or the original Super Nintendo, because I grew up with the Super Nintendo version. Actually, I played the DJAP version of it. I didn't get very far, but that's the version. This is the version that I remember. Sono Bakana. Sono Bakana. I learned it what that I learned it what he says there. He says Sona Bakana, and apparently it's hilarious to people in Japan as well. Anywho, I should get back to the game. Let's get back to the game. Get back to reading all this stuff. Okay. I was pacified from the indignation. Indignation! uh, my flames will scorch the earth below, my fangs will know the taste of blood, my claws will rend my enemies asunder, my wings will soar the skies above. If your eyes are to be robbed of their light, if your skin is to be stained with blood, if your sword is too heavy a burden, if your lips can no longer produce speech, even if this body is snuffed out, even if these words are stolen, until our contract is complete, until the moment this warmth is lost. Ah. Well, there you go. Iron pipe. Come on, it's an iron pipe. What? May 21, we've finally run out of money. Food just costs a lot more nowadays because of the war. We tried begging at the church, but they have their hands full caring for the wounded and can't spare anything. Yona's really lost a lot of weight. I wish I could get her something to eat. July 15, we met a nice lady who gave us some food. At first I thought she was homeless like us, but she said she was joining some kind of relief and support thing run by the government, so we decided to go with her. At least Yona seems to be doing okay today. August 1st. That nice lady from before used the book and turned into a monster. We ran away as fast as we could because I don't think she's human anymore. Everything those adults told us was a lie. They won't give us money, they won't treat Yona's illness. Also, there's a huge wall around the city now and we can't get out. We never should have come here. August 5th. It's so cold today. I can't believe it's summer. I actually see my breath. We decided to hide from the monsters in an abandoned supermarket. We found a few old cans of food there, but now those are gone. Also, Yona's cough just won't quit. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Ah, I see. So that must be from the thingy from the start of the game. Yeah. Kusanagi. Okay. And the shield left hanging on the wall was covered in dust. The blade left in its scabbard had rusted over. The techniques I hadn't used were forgotten. The body I was to train was left to grow soft. I had lost the will to practice discipline. I thought things would end without a single word said. I pretended not to see violence inflicted by others. I had given up, assuming things would never change. I believed there was no way to oppose such a great power. I sneered at hearts that tried to believe anyway. I laughed, thinking them brainless fools. Those were the thoughts I had taken refuge in. I had given up, believing nothing was possible in the end. I lamented the foolishness and ugliness of it all. My life had lost all meaning. I had lost sight of those who were precious to me. I could not believe in their kindness. I was unable to save them from the grief that tore at their hearts. I have forgotten the courage it takes to protect the smallest of joys. I believed my words would never reach you. Ah. Well, that's a story. Dun 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 dun. Sorry, I just. Oh, sorry, I'm just being a dumbass. After that one, there was a ritual gathering of spirits held on the night of the 10th full moon of the year. During the ceremony, they would gather on the shores of the lake and boast to one another of all the evil deeds they had performed during the year. The first spirit took great joy in telling of the unfathomably cruel ways she had killed some of the finest soldiers in the land. Over the year, she had transformed her shape into a lady of the night, and called out to various men, and tore off every last piece of their body when they came to her bed. The soldiers, ashamed their skills could not save them, shed bitter tears as they died,
and the spirit claimed they were the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. The next spirit regaled the others with the story of cunning and guile. One night she threw a small boy into a bog. When his older sister came to rescue him, she too sank into the murk. Those two were followed by their parents, then other siblings, then extended relatives, until finally every member of the village was sleeping at the bottom of the bog. When the spirit finished her story, she was so beside herself with glee that she did not even notice the saliva that dripped down her chin. Nervously, the smallest spirit in the group stepped forward to address the crowd. "I am the most amazing of us all," cried the oft-ridiculed spirit at the top of her lungs, "for it is I who thrust all living creatures into terror's deepest depths." The other spirits, unable to contain their mirth, collapsed to the ground and rolled about, and their laughter did not cease until the horrifying monster the small spirit had summoned from the demon world devoured each and every last one of them. Damn! Huh. Well, there you go. We've been together since we were born. We're together when we eat, when we sleep, and when we dream. We share everything. We share the milk we get from Mummy and the nice things Daddy says to us. But we're not together when we die. Daddy took me and cut off my head, and Mummy took my sister and cut off her head. But it's okay. Our blood got all mushed up into a big axe, so now we can be together forever. Well, that was a succinct one. That was like just, oh yeah, no, we both got beheaded, and now we're an axe. It's fine. Okay, the girl stares at the sight before her. Her father lies nearby, carved to pieces by countless blades. Her mother also lies dying, as well as her newborn baby brother. All had suffered terribly in their final moments, and the girl can do nothing but cry as she stares at the three soldiers who have murdered her only family. Years later, the girl reappears, her visage made strong by her vow for revenge. The first soldier has grown so fat that the buttons on his uniform can barely contain his girth. The girl approaches him and claims to know an easy way to lose weight. On the pretext of an examination, she has him lie down on a bed before suddenly hacking off his arms and legs with an axe. The remaining lump of soldier screams and attempts to wriggle away, but the girl pins him down and tells him he still has parts he can lose. Okay. Sometime later, the girl sits in front of the now rounded torso and smiles. "There we are," she whispered. "Look how nice and slim you are." That's terrible. Okay, the second soldier is a peerless Lothario. Each night, a new woman is invited into his manor to spend the night. The girl breaks into his home and kills the woman at his side, and then uses her axe to hack off his manhood as he trembles and begs for mercy. The third soldier has long since left the service and is now living a quiet life with his family in a remote village. After they have fallen asleep, the girl takes her axe and cleaves the support beams of the house, causing it to collapse. She then sets fire to the wreckage, creating a great bonfire that can be seen for miles in all directions. Suddenly, the soldier's son crawls from the wreckage, covered from head to toe in terrible burns, and his eyes fall on the girl who has murdered his family. She hands him her axe, and flees into the dark of the night, never to be seen again. Oh my god! Oh my god! That's... See, this is why revenge isn't such a good thing. Like, wow, jeez. Yep, you killed my family, so I'm going to murder all of you and set fire to your house. Also, kill innocent people. Like, that was kind of a shit thing to do. Like, imagine being born to someone, just like living your life as a family, and then all of a sudden your house gets cut to pieces and burned down because of something your parents did. And then it's like, well, I had nothing to fucking do with that. Like, what the fuck? That's so mean. Okay, what have we got? Long, long ago in a faraway kingdom there were 3 brothers. The eldest brother was a king who ruled over the nation entire. He was the most terrifying king, feared by all. Each day the king would select one of his subjects to execute as a sacrifice. This day he chopped off a mother's head and forced her family to watch. The head spun 3 times as it flew through the air before landing next to the head of her son, who the king had previously killed. Oh, the horror of it all. But the king merely watched the sight unfold before him and laughed in a most unsettling voice. One day the king contracted an illness most dire, one which caused his body to rot whilst he was still alive. I remember reading this one from earlier. But though diseased, the king would still drag his decaying flesh to the executions all the same. His retainers dare not defy their king, and so they continued to kill, day after day after day after day. In the end, the king rotted and died. His was a disgusting, foul, rotten death, but his retainers continued carrying out executions before the king's rotted corpse every day. Every day killing, every day the rotted king and the rotted retainers and the rotted citizens and the rotted you. Huh? Why am I rotted? I didn't do nothing. This is mean. I raise the cry of my birth. The sound of heated iron takes shape, a steel mallet striking my form. Born to deliver karmic justice, I enter the world under the careful watch of spark and flame that gave light to the gloom. I am a blade born of a deafening roar. I am a weapon. I am iron will. I grant death. I transform the dread and screams of my foes to elation. I festoon my iron skin with their viscera. When I rob them of life, I am filled with dark joy, and when I crush them beneath me, I find meaning in my birth. And I continue to kill that I might share this delight with all. I kill and kill and kill and kill. I am a weapon. I am iron will. I am shattered. A battle and blood's end. At battle and blood's end, my body is torn asunder by malice and hate. Today I again engage the red dragon in battle, and magical forces meet leaping iron fangs to create a bloodstorm. God damn it. My steel cursed, I sink into the slumbering black. I am a weapon. I am iron will. I dream. It is the dream of a small butterfly. In it, the butterfly is caught in a light rain, struggling against it with all its might. In the darkness of nights, I behold a dream that will never come true. I am a weapon. I am iron will. Yeah. Oh. We're getting through them. So there's Phoenix Sword. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Only 12 left. Out of what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. 32. So there's only 12 left out of 32. I think. Maybe 33. I'm not sure. Where's the... It was the Phoenix Sword, wasn't it? This is a story of a time long, long ago. There was once a beautiful bird with resplendent feathers that lived a quiet life deep in the forest. One day, a lost child wandered into the woods. He came from a place of famine and had been abandoned in the forest as a way to reduce the number of mouths to feed. Taking pity on the feeble, starving child, the beautiful bird plucked one of its own feathers and gave it to him. When he returned home, his family was overjoyed by the feather and permitted him to live with them once more. Hearing the child's story, one person after another descended on the forest to tell the beautiful bird how poor and unfortunate they were. Each time the bird would pluck a feather and give it away, pluck a feather and give it away, until it had no more to give, and its once beautiful visage had become shabby beyond recognition. But the shabby bird had no regrets. One day, the original child appeared before the shabby bird, which was featherless and freezing in the cold. He had come seeking a bird with resplendent feathers, that he might repay the creature's earlier kindness. Overjoyed, the shabby bird said to the child, "It is I you seek. If I might beg a favor, would you hold me to your chest and warm my freezing body?" Sparing a single glance at the shabby bird, the child called it a liar and cut it down with a large blade. He then roasted the bird, ate every last part, and set out anew to find the beautiful bird who had once saved his life. Ah, I hate that. It seems a bit drastic. Like, you lied to me. I'm gonna murder you and eat you. What an asshole. Like, oh my god. Like, at least if you're not gonna believe someone, just, like, try to verify it anyway. Um... It was a beast that lived in a cavern's deepest, most untouched depths. It had massive horns, a body like steel, breathing of scorching fire. The peace-loving villagers hated this monstrous beast with the head of a bull and the body of a human. They feared it, and soon the beast became known as the Minotaur of the Labyrinth. Contrary to its terrifying appearance, the Minotaur was exceptionally kind. Not only did it refrain from harming other creatures, it took great care not to trample flowers beneath its oafish feet as it walked. Indeed, the reason it lived so deep inside a cavern was to help avoid frightening the villagers. One day, a lost girl wandered into the beast's cavern, frightened by the sight of it. She cried so hard she eventually passed out, which left the beast in quite the quandary. I have no choice. The beast finally decided, I must take the poor thing back to the village, for her mother and her father will be terribly worried. Oh god. Oh no. Oh god. Oh no. I don't like this. I don't like where this is going. Oh. Oh.
2 days after the girl vanished, her panicked parents found her sleeping soundly in front of their home. On the ground, a short distance away, was the dead body of the Minotaur. Oh, oh no. It was worse than I thought it was going to be. It had been impaled by several swords, and the blood scattered around it held an almost otherworldly quantity. Yet there was no indication the beast had attacked the girl. In fact, it looked as though it had been trying to place it as much distance between itself and her as possible, so not to dirty her with its blood, almost as if it didn't want her to be afraid. And then, having curled up and made itself as small as possible, the monster died. Oh, this is awful. This is terrible. I don't like this. I don't like these stories. Why? I went through so much effort to get these stories. Memoir, June 6, 2003, approximately 15 o'clock. A massive white humanoid, initially called the Weapon, but since renamed to the Giant, falls from the sky above Tokyo's Shinjuku ward, inflicting tremendous damage. At the same time, a large red creature, henceforth referred to as the Dragon, appears and engages the Giant in combat, though both the nature of its attacks and their utility remain unclear. As the Self-Defense Force contemplates methods by which they might attack the target, the government establishes a Bureau of Emergency Countermeasures. Memoir, June 12th, 2003, approximately 16 o'clock. 1600 hours. The Giant, which was locked in combat with the Dragon, suddenly begins to collapse for reasons unknown. The Dragon is then shot down by the 6th Division, 303rd Squadron of the Air Self-Defense Force. No official records exist of who issued the order to attack the Dragon. Work is begun to retrieve the remains of both the Giant and the Dragon, but no official verification has ever been made regarding which organization performed the retrieval. Memoir, December 2003. The first case of white chlorination syndrome is confirmed in Tokyo Shinjuku ward. Memoir, July 2004. Humans continue to turn violent due to white chlorination syndrome, with fighting growing increasingly intense in infected regions. With the cause of the disease still unclear, the infected are isolated, the violent riots suppressed by force, main thoroughfares are sealed, and rail transportation is halted, later leading to all of Shinjuku being sealed off. At this time, the prospect of asking the American military for non-official intervention is considered, but the government defers. Meanwhile, research begins on mesoparticles obtained from the Giant and the Dragon, as well as on countermeasures for white chlorination syndrome. This research ultimately leads to the founding of Project Gestalt a decade later. Interesting. Transients. They were frighteningly apparently I can't fucking talk right now. They were frighteningly diligent people. They would clear forests and hunt animals even when they had no need. They developed techniques to preserve food they were unable to eat and earned more money than could ever be spent. Yet there were not a single one among them who did not accept these practices, for none knew of any other customs. They were frighteningly studious people.
their grasp of calculation and science exceeded any pretense of practicality, and they were repeatedly engaged in spirited debates regarding predictions of the future. They invented an increasingly difficult language and created an infinite series of complex machines which they would immediately discard, but there was not a single one among them who looked back, for none knew of any reason for concern. They were frighteningly obedient people. Without ever being told, they would greet the morning sun at the same time, in the same clothes, while toiling away in the same cramped rooms. Yet there was not a single one among them who complained, for none knew what else they should be doing. Having worked far too much, the people lost their forests and took to living atop the sand. Having grown far too intelligent, the people conversed in a language that no other peoples could comprehend. Having grown far too well behaved, the people were unable to defy the laws that would be established one after the other, and came to live their lives enclosed by tens of thousands of rules. I see. So the interesting thing about this is describing normal, like, everyday people like us, like real world people. But it's also talking about the people of Passard. Built their house upon the lived upon the sands and had tens of thousands of rules. Yeah, that sounds like Facade to me. In a far-off land, there was a man who acted as a double for the nation's prince, performing duties in his stead as was required. One day, having finished his work, he returned to the prince's chamber only to find the princess lying naked in his bed. As the double stood in place dumbfounded, the man who shared his face sneered and invited him to join them. The double loved the prince's sister, and he felt that the princess, who admired him as her brother, loved him as well. Indeed, she was the only thing that kept him going in an otherwise miserable job, for the prince was the most despicable man indeed. Eventually it came to pass that a war was to be waged under the prince's command. The night before it was to begin, the prince took his double aside and promised him a night with his sister if he could bring him the head of the enemy general. And as the prince chuckled with delight, the double took up his spear and thrust it through the prince's gaping mouth. The war over, the prince made a queen of his sister and would inflict wounds upon his own face and throat, an act which would occur every time she called out to him using her brother's name. Before long, the prince was found dead, his face burned and a spear thrust through his open mouth. The man's face, hideously burned, was the very picture of serenity. Ah. Interesting. Hold on a second. Okay. That's interesting. Huh. That's a weird one. This story takes place in a small country around the same latitude as the northernmost member of a nation of city-states that are part of a region with a village that is attempting to establish a trade agreement with another village on a tiny island in the ocean, south of a country that used to have an alliance with a republic next to a kingdom where a queen resided. Geez, that's quite a thing. It was asked by the owner of a shop frequented by a wet nurse who looked after the child born of an adulterous relationship by the wife of the master of a foolish servant who fell in love with a beautiful queen who appears in the poems of a minstrel whom was loved by the country's king's wives, little brothers, cousins, big brothers, son-in-law's foster child. Huh? What? Huh? Where does one store the throne that was supposed to be adorned with decorations crafted from the materials of the handle of the lid of the pot that is the same weight as tableware that is the same color as a weather vane on a neighboring house that can be seen from the peephole of a door in the reflection of a mirror with an ornamental frame decorated with silver carvings engraved with a fragment that was made when creating the whetstone used to polish this kitchen knife. What the What am I reading? Oh my god, this last one. The person who heard that question was the wife's husband's little sister's big brother's daughter's groom's little brother's nephew's father's mother's husband's bride's niece's father-in-law's wife's husband's little sister's big brother's daughter's groom's little brother's nephew's father's mother's husband's bride's niece's father-in-law's wife's husband's little sister's big brother's daughter's groom's little brother's nephew's father's mother's husband's bride's niece's father-in-law's wife's father's little sister's big brother's daughter's groom's little brother's nephew's father's mother's husband's bride's niece's father-in-law's wife's husband's little sister's big brother's daughter's groom's little brother's nephew's father's. It just ends. There is no that's the end of the story. Oh, this is ridiculous. Okay. In the distant past of a land known as the Golden Isle, there existed a sword crafted from every kind of metal and precious gem in the land. So sharp was its edge that even the slightest cut would leave an unsealable wound that eventually drained the victim of both their blood and life. In a strange turn of fate, the sword eventually ended up in the hands of a destitute woman who sold her body to get by. The sword was as long as she was tall, and she could not wield it effectively, so instead slid it between her sheets as a surprise for men who used her. The sword was so sharp that they felt no pain when cut and soon died without even knowing it was happening. The woman would then help herself to their coin, causing her purse to swell. Making use of her gains, the woman dressed most beautifully, and soon had acquired every kind of metal and precious gem in the land. But it was not enough for her, so she decided to melt down the sword and obtain the gems contained within, a desire made manifest by the sword's beauty. Thus decided, the woman heaved the sword to her shoulders and made for the blacksmith, but on the way to the smith, the sheer weight of the sword caused the woman to lose her balance, and she fell from a bridge into the river below. So unshakable was the woman's greed that she could not bring herself to relinquish her grip upon it. The woman's pale and bloodless corpse was found washed up on the riverside the following day. Jeez. Okay, well,
There's some very dark stories. Some of them are like, oh yeah, let's just have a bunch of silly words strung together, and then this one's just like, yep, no, this woman, took advantage of people and then died. The end. Okay, so Beast Curse means that we're right on the final part of this list. Long, long ago, in a faraway kingdom, there lived three brothers. The youngest was a terrifically lazy lad who spent most of his days fast asleep. However, and I think we've read this one before, however, he was every bit as cheerful as he was lethargic, and so was beloved by all. When the nation was beset upon by a most contagious disease, the youngest son did naught but laze about the palace, humming to himself all the while. But his cheerful music comforted the townspeople, so instead of hating him, they sung his praises. "Oh, what a fine young man," they would say. "Just the finest young man you will ever find." When the nation became embroiled in war, the youngest son did naught but laze about the palace, telling stories of the good old days all the while. But his fascinating stories helped the townspeople forget the horrors of war, so instead of hating him, they sung his praises. "Oh, what an amazing young man," they would say. "Just the most amazing young man you will ever find." One day, the youngest son was lazing about the palace as usual when he realized he could no longer hear the voices of the townspeople, and he wondered why that might be. He lazed and wondered, he lazed and wondered, he lazed and wondered. Eventually, all that wondering tired him out, and he went to sleep. That is why, in the nation where all have perished from war and disease, the only sound that can be heard is the soft snoring of a young man. It is a nation of happiness, a nation of happiness, a nation of happiness, a nation of happiness. I don't know about you, but I think it might be a nation of happiness. But yeah, no, we read that one earlier. The captain tramples life under his feet. The screams of others transform into songs of joy. The flowing tears change from despair to darkness. Conflict beckons revenge and gives way to new solitude. Oh, that one was a very quick and easy one to read. He had grown old. The king's dauntless gaze had lost its light, and his stalwart body had grown soft. Once more, every ounce of fear and vanity he had gained with age now gnawed at his heart. The king was afraid. He repeatedly ordered the invasion. The king was afraid, so repeatedly ordered the invasion of neighboring countries, so as to hold on to the lands he had been sworn to protect. The king was afraid, so he tried to take everything through violence and oppression, for he no longer trusted his own advisors and vassals. There was a dragon that had sworn fealty to the king. This wingless creature would do anything the king commanded, for he had been saved by the king once, and sworn to repay his debt with his very soul. Even if the king's orders were folly and madness, the dragon would follow them to the last, for his king was justice itself. Justice itself. One day, the dragon requested an audience with the king. He was covered in blood from his latest victim, the king's own son, who the regent had ordered the dragon to assassinate. The bloody dragon hung his head low and said, "I cannot defy your orders, O king, but neither can I obey them any longer. I beg of you, kill me and grant me release." This is the tale of a foolish king and a wingless dragon in a nation that fell centuries ago. Even now the wind blows ceaselessly across the grasslands. It blows just as it did on the day the king and the dragon made their pact. Well, there you go. We got the Phoenix Spear. There was once a warrior in a frontier nation who feared not death. He was so brawny and powerful, arrows were said to bounce harmlessly off his flesh. For this reason, the warrior always threw himself into the thick of any battle. One day, a beautiful bird appeared before the warrior in a dream. The bird commended
the warrior for his valor in battle and offered to grant him one of two wishes. The bird would bring an end to the war and grant peace to all the world, or the bird could bequeath the warrior an immortal body. The warrior chose immortality. From that day forth, the warrior's exploits were nothing short of astonishing. He mowed down foes in uncountable numbers. No amount of arrows or swords or axes could slow his march. The king showered him with titles and gifts, and for a time it seemed the warrior's days of stunning glory would continue until the end of time. But conflict did not cease. Eventually the warrior's frontier nation was invaded so often that the flames of war left the entire country in ruins. Crops withered, people perished, and before long there were none left who even knew the warrior's name. The shattered warrior was tortured day and night by endless starvation. His body refused to let him die, so he sought out the bird again and pleaded for it to grant him release. "Ah, but you cannot die," chirped the bird in response. "You'll never die." Oh, that's not good. I mean, to be fair, the guy had a choice between immortality and world peace, and he chose immortality. Like, seriously, like, why not world peace? I suppose that world peace is a bit of a foolish idea sometimes. Like, it's too complicated. There's too many things that people bicker about. And world peace would, you know, forcing peace upon people doesn't always yield the results that one might want. You know? She was a hopelessly slow woman, impossibly clumsy. It would take her 3 times longer than anyone else to accomplish a task. She walked slowly, talked slowly, she even blinked slowly. So slow was the woman that she could not even draw water to anyone's satisfaction. The children began calling her the cow and laughing when she passed by, but she would only chuckle in response. She was a hopelessly dull woman. When she fell and drew blood, she would carry on as though in a daze. Though coins often dropped from her purse, she never managed to retrieve one, and if someone spoke ill of her to her face, it would take hours for her to realize the insult. When the children saw her, they would hurl rocks with glee. She was a hopelessly foolish woman. One day, when the village was suffering a most terrible drought, the woman vanished. The children all starved to death. Jeez! You could fucking... the woman vanished, the children starved to death. Just one summer. Whoa, the villagers spent no time worrying about the woman who ran away. 2 days later, rain fell and the village was saved, but the woman did not return. And on the 20th day, a shaman arrived at the village. The shaman held a spear with a pair of horns that was oiled and sticky to the touch. So heavy was the spear that no one could wield it effectively. Although even though they managed to lift it, the weapon was incapable of piercing through anything at all. The shaman forced it on the people and left it with them, but none dared approach it, and to this day it quietly slumbers in a forgotten corner of the village. Huh? I see. Maybe it has to do with, maybe the woman, like, sacrificed herself for that spear or something? I'm not sure. This is the story of a sorrowful prince, a tale of a kingdom in a time long past. This is the last story, by the way. After this, we're going to be heading towards the end of the game. Attacked by the forces of darkness, the nation was annihilated in a single night by inhuman soldiers with red eyes and a group of black dragons so numerous they blotted out the sky. Having infiltrated the king's castle, the black dragons visited upon the king and queen a most horrible fate. It is said that their stomachs were torn apart by the black dragon's mighty claws, and the very floor they stood upon became a blood of sea. Okay. The prince and princess, though racked with sorrow, escaped to live another day. The prince, spurred by the shock of witnessing his parents' tragic end, became consumed by the desire to exact vengeance. This is the story of a terrifying prince, a history of a conflict in the long ago, obsessed with laying low his hated enemies. The prince indulges his vengeance day after day after day. Even when faced with foes who take heel, he chases them down and tears them apart from groin to gullet. The carnage is so horrific, his fellow soldiers whisper tales of how they saw him mutilating bodies already long dead. Perhaps because no commander can control him, the prince is sent to an even harsher battle. This is the story of a fooled prince, the whereabouts of fate in the long ago. The prince's next battleground is a castle that guards a goddess. He lays waste to all before him, hacking arms, cleaving legs, rending stomachs, gouging eyes, separating heads from shoulders, but soon the injured prince can no longer tell the difference between the blood that rains down and that which comes from his own wounds, and he collapses in a heap as he writhes in pain, coughing up gouts of hot blood. He lifts his gaze and sees a hated dragon standing before him. This is the story of a mad prince, a meeting with a dragon in the long ago. An injured red dragon stands before the prince, and though it is a different color than the beast that killed his parents, he feels the need to avenge himself upon it regardless. But as he raises his sword, the dragon says, "In exchange for both our souls, human, I will save your life and grant you power." After some thought, the prince makes the pact. It matters not to him what he might lose in the deal, or that it involves a dragon at all. All he cares about is that he can continue swinging his blade. So he swings and swings and swings, and with each blow, his heart fills with a desire as black as the deepest night. Well, there you go. Jeez, that was a series of reasonably dark and confusing stories. Like, oh my goodness. They really had some storytelling chops going on here, I'll tell you that much. Well, there we go. We done did it. We leveled them all up. We've read the stories. It's time to make a beeline for the ending, I suppose. Let's do it. And I feel like I've been playing this game for such a while now. Now, of course, it's not going to end immediately. Right now, my goal is the right now, my goal is the Lost Shrine, you know, for the ending of the game. But the thing is, there is my understanding is that there's 5 routes, and we're going to go through all of them. This is the second round, so we've only got 3 remaining after this. So let's do it. I might open the door. I'll be right back. Okay. I had my drink. I also got a snack, because it will hopefully deter me from buying food after the stream. Even if it's a terrible snack. Crunchy. Okay, let's go. Not gonna lie, this game's theming is on point. Like, I'm pretty sure I've figured out what the theme of the game is. I'm pretty sure it's, well, I suppose I should wait until, after I've beat the game to really, say if it, really, lock in my final answer. But I'm pretty sure the theming of the game is basically, well, bloodlust, I think. Like, there is a lot in this game about people just endlessly killing people and stuff like that, and whether or not there's really any point to it. It's clearly the game is just like, yeah, this is just kind of pointless. And I find it amusing that it kind of illustrates that through the um through the means of basically making it so that it hammered this point home after making me spend so much time grinding enemies and stuff like that. And it was very much optional. I think Chris will like the after learning about this though, I think Chris will like the theming in FF6 though. FF6 kind of strikes a very similar sort of area with its theming. It's a bit different, but I love it when so without going into too much detail about FF6, FF6 has a very prominent theme, and it is present throughout the entire game. And but its theme is very prominent throughout the game, and it does a lot of similar things when it comes to enforcing that theme. I actually absolutely love the way that that the theming is handled in FF6, but I can't really say much about it without fear of spoilers. And I'd rather avoid that, especially if Chris ends up watching this vlog. Which if you do, hi Chris. I read all the things. Okay, I don't really need to spend a whole lot of time grinding anymore. I can just kind of make my way all the way up to the top. I don't expect the last few routes of this game to be any quicker. Sorry, to be particularly slow. Or requiring me to grind that much. I probably screwed myself over by doing all that grinding. It's not a good idea. But at least now the hopefully the rest of the game will be reasonably easy. Now, how do I get up here again? Using this thing. Oops, wrong way. There we go. Let's save. Okay, in we go.
Such an ominous sight. and yet I find it strangely nostalgic.
Hmm.
Yeah. This is where Vice and I first met. And first fought together.
Wow!
Yep.
This is where you used to live, Vice?
Yep.
Well, yes, I suppose. In a technical sense.
Pretty nice digs for a floating magazine.
At least it was free from annoying hussies like yourself. And now the path is open.
Okay. Okay. Let's go forth, knowing what we know now. That's right, this is like a, this is like a quiz.
To whom does the true voice speak? To whom does the true form show itself? You must answer.
It can talk!
I ask, why did humans disappear from the world?
The hell is this?
I believe this is some manner of password.
Password?
Yes. The correct answer should grant us access to the castle. I feel confident I have heard this somewhere before.
Hmm.
To whom does the true I ask? Why did humans disappear from the world? You must answer.
Because of a disease?
I answer. I ask. How can humans extend their lives?
By acquiring leaves from the sacred tree.
I answer. I ask. What is the destination of souls?
Okay.
I answer. They are placed in their corresponding shells. Very well. You are acknowledged as master.
There we go.
You may enter. Well then, it seems the way is open.
We did it! We won! I don't know if that's supposed to change or anything. Hello.
It's the twins from your village.
Popla? Devila? What are you doing here?
Hey, any chance you'll just go back to the village?
Yeah,
This
sure,
is
why
a
not?
very dangerous place. Even if you can find Yona here, you probably can't get her out.
How did you get here?
We live here.
We're asking the questions right now.
You know what? I'm gonna look up and see what. Um. Answers. We're here to rescue Yona. This starts the fight and prevents you from exiting the castle. What are you two doing here? Not going to answer that. You will be prompted to confirm this choice and then be teleported back to the village. This can be used as a shortcut back to the village after completing the quest of the magical stone. Ah, okay.
What are you two doing here?
I'm not going to answer that. You can figure it out yourself.
We're
Okay.
here to rescue Yona.
Nothing
No
new or
doubts, huh?
special. That's all I wanted to know.
I guess we don't have a choice then. No, I suppose not. How sad. We didn't want to fight you.
Yes, you did. You know you did.
Really didn't want to.
Devil, what's happening?
Sorry, but this fate was predetermined. Still, we spoke to truth. We really wanted to avoid this if possible. We were hoping to put it off for 100 years or so. Until the next generation came along.
What are you talking about?
Are they shades?
I don't think so.
It's a lie. I don't believe it.
It's a...
glorious
Huh?
Kill him!
We never
Kill them
thought
all.
we'd grow to be this powerful.
This is madness. Why do you block our path?
You have no cause to speak so with us, Grimoire Weiss. You are a traitor.
Huh? Whoa, it's going all white.
What now?
I have seen this before. Like, cause this is my second go around. But I'm wondering what's different. That's right, they like turn him into a cassette recorder.
They copied my powers.
Ah, shit on a shingle. They can use the sealed verses.
Of course we can. The power came from us in the first place.
Huh?
You simply loaned a small portion of it.
Vice, are you all right?
Devil, Popola, why are you guys doing this? Why are you siding with this shade?
It's because they're not actually shades, they're people. Oh no.
Why?
The answer to every riddle lies within the heart of the Shadow Lord.
Hmm.
Shadow Lord. So you've been on his side this whole time?
You must search for that answer.
Maybe.
yourself. You've got to face your own truth now. Please, enter the Shadow Lord's castle.
Okay, sure, let's do this. Let's enter the castle.
Devila and Popola are fighting us.
Yes, they do seem to be putting us through a great deal of...
You okay, Vice?
How odd. For long years, my mind and tongue have been my greatest assets.
And now they're the
Now the
worstest
latter seems to be-
things ever.
Hell,
Vice?
do not look at me like that. I am Grimoire Weiss. I am perfectly...
Hmm? The floating book
I hear
is
a waltz.
having a bad... I think I hear a waltz. Everyone is weird in this ending. I don't like this ending. I didn't like it last time. I don't want to see it again. Wait, what? Did this happen last time? I don't remember this happening last time. But
It certainly is a grand affair.
Bunch of dancing bastards.
They're all shades.
oh. Filers, this is a holy sanctuary for humans. Leave it once, beasts.
I think we're locked in.
It's not like I was planning to leave.
Yeah, it's a bit late for that.
Sanctuary must remain under our protection. This is our final bastion. For the sake of those we love. We will not allow it to be destroyed. I feel bad. I don't like murdering these guys. They're just trying to protect their, like, life. They're trying to protect the humans. Such a simple change makes so much of a difference in this game. Because last time I couldn't understand what they were saying. Okay. There's a few of them left. There we go. Okay, they're all done. No more will pop out. Ah, okay. Oh, I don't like this. I just don't. It's mean and terrible. The game needs to stop right now.
Damn it! It won't stop coming!
I'll open the next door. Cover me.
Oh, how I do love a good
Twice!
Oh, right. Protect the hussy, yes? Good plan. Let's go.
Huh? Hey, a broken wristwatch.
Protect Kaine for us!
Come on! Hurry!
It's not open yet? Do I look like a goddamn locksmith to you?
No, you idiots. What are you doing?
Lock doesn't want to open? Fine. I'll just break it down.
Stop, you impatient fool.
Just pick the lock. It's
Damn
fine.
no good bullshit bastard! Open the fuck up already! Ugh! Got it.
Kaine, look out!
Oh no. That's a lot of shade. Oh no, being attacked. Bop 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 bop.
These things are freaking me out!
Stop, please stop. They're just babies, they don't know any better. Oh my god. So long we can finally recreate them. Spare the lives of the children. Oh my god. Please, I beg you. Who?
We need to help Kaine!
Who's the one asking? Like, who's the one
We
talking?
got problems.
Everyone, to me. Little one, there's nothing to be scared of anymore. Tommy's here, everything's gonna be funny. Oh my god! Man, I feel bad. Maybe we should just not go here next time. No justice in the slaughter of innocents. Many of you killed, how many your actions can never be forgiven. Listen!
We don't need forgiveness, asshole.
Kaine?
What? Kana actually responded? Did she say that the first time around?
Wait a second. Wait a second. Your heart is different. It ain't hatred, and it ain't sadness.
Huh?
What's going on here, sunshine?
How should I
What?
know?
Kaine, are you alright?
I'm fine. Let's just kill some shit and move on, alright?
Interesting. Oh, how very interesting.
Man, this game's doing a good job making me feel bad. I can't not. It like this is part of the game, damn it. Like, maybe I should just put the game down. There we go. He's done. Oh wait, no.
Can we even hurt this thing?
Yes, can we even hurt this thing? And I've just like
Oh no!
beat it in like one hit.
I can't stop now. Damn it.
Stay focused, Kaine. Don't fall victim to such distractions.
Come on! We have to keep going!
Let's go.
There we go. I already know what's gonna happen with the ball. Well, I already know what's gonna happen further down here. Is like everyone's gonna come by and like try to stop us, so try to help us with the thingy. Hi, box.
Up here!
That's right, I remember what happens here. Hold on a second. It's very possible for me to fuck up here, but the game like puts me back at the start of it.
How can we deal with this thing?
Please, hurry!
Ah, nope, I fucked it up. It was just like game over. I wonder if like the PS3 version just says no, fuck you, and makes you start from the save point.
How can we deal with this thing?
You can't. It's illegal.
Please, hurry!
Dang it. I think I fucked it up. Oh, oh no, no I didn't. I didn't fuck it up. It's all good.
Damn it, I can't get it open.
Attack incoming!
The entrance is locked too.
It seems we are in a bit of a predicament.
You'll go no further. Must protect our final bastion.
Oh, you pissed her off now! Maybe you shouldn't have killed her friends.
Oh no.
So full of scorn and hate. She's just like you, Sunshine.
Like you're any different. Hate is just another crutch for you. You're in pain, you're lonely, no one likes you. So you try to hide it under violence and hate.
I'm not like that at all.
You sure about it?
Look, I'm the same way. But just realizing that isn't going to help. It's too late for us now. It's too late for everything. We're too far gone, you and me. That's why we...
Too far gone. I don't know about that. Like, we could just stop. We could just get game over right now. It won't be that hard. Surprised you gave this one so much. This one gave you so much trouble. It gave me so much trouble because it's like the unseal the exit, let our friends through. Stand to loosen up a bit. Yeah, what are you doing here? This is the castle of the Shadow Lord, is it not? You are correct. Then we have a common enemy. We'll hold this one off. Please keep moving. Now the people of the mask. We will stand our ground until our last breath. The sword upon Freya's grave. The sword had become good and just ruler. And something that I didn't get the chance to read. It's open.
Hey! Stop! Let me go! Stop it! Damn it! King, no!
We'll meet again, you and I, once all this is over. Until then.
No! Open the door! You can't fight that thing on your own!
It's alright. You have to keep going. Defeat the Shadow Lord and get your sister back. You must once again know the joy of having the one you love by your side. Now then, say, how many rules are there about what to shout in this 88? Amazing, how do you remember all these things? I can't read, I can't keep up with what they're saying when I read it. By the honor of the mask. The honor of
of our king, for the honor of our queen.
Open the damn door!
Kind of is just like, no, get the
Knock it off
fucking
already. Let's go.
knock it off already.
He's fighting for you. And for Fira. Don't let him die for nothing.
My friend.
See, this is why I don't like this ending. We went through all this effort to get Yorda back, and now everyone we cared about is giving up their lives to basically help this needless quest for saving the person, like for saving one person. Like it's one person, saving one person from a group of enemies we don't even understand. Like we can't even talk to. And now that we know what they're saying, it's like makes me feel awful. Okay. Maybe this time I should read that book that they give me.
Devila. Popola.
Oh, look. You made it.
Yep.
We
made
waiting
it.
for so long.
Why are you doing this?
Because we
It
feel like it.
began 1,300 years ago.
1,300 years ago.
Humanity, finding itself on the brink of extinction, undertook a last-ditch rescue plan called Project Gestalt.
Okay.
Do you still not remember, Grimoire Weiss? Then let's give you a refresher.
There they all are. Obtain the Project Gestalt documents. It's time to stop.
Vice! My mind. I remember.
Hi, son. How's it going?
Devila, Popola, you are not human. In fact, oh no.
I beat all the I got all the things that I was shopping for, and I leveled up the weapons, and I have read all the weapon stories, and now it's time to beat the game. Resting. Well, when I say beat the game, I mean this is the first of... So I've beat the game once already. This is going to be the second time, but I'm informed that there's 3 more times I have to do it. But that's okay. It doesn't take that long. It's not too bad.
Yeah, sometimes the truth can be a real bitch. You want to finish that thought for him, sister?
Mm-hmm.
All of us, every person standing in this room, are mere shells created by the true humans.
I've scared Osen away.
What are you saying?
You still don't get it? You aren't human.
There is a fair few endings, but you don't have to play through the whole game. You get to keep all your stuff, and it basically starts you like halfway through the game. And because I've already done all the side quests and everything, it's actually more like maybe like a quarter of the game I have to play through.
So then humans, I mean the true humans, are extinct?
Mm.
No, they still live on. You know them as shades.
Yeah.
Each shade is a twisted remnant of what was once a human being.
Crazy, huh? Now let's skip the part where you stand there with your mouths agape and just get down to business.
Wait.
Oh, damn.
Wait.
Sorry, but we're gonna be needing that shell of yours. The rightful owner has been waiting for a very long time. Please don't be angry with us. We are only doing our duty. Our endless existences have a single purpose: to control the lives of others in accordance with the will of the true humans.
Yeah.
You have your own motives, your own desires. And we have ours. I fear it really is just that simple.
Yeah. Well, there you go. It's very simple.
Don't speak such foolishness.
Sorry.
Okay, so apparently this was what I was supposed to do last time, was like, oh yeah, I'll just read through the documents that I just got. Dear Albert, this is the form you... Oh, I've already got that. And a letter from the chief. Project Gestalt. So I've already read these ones. I'm tempted to read them again because I don't quite remember. We'll quickly read them. Project Gestalt report 0923. As noted in the previous report, implementation of Gestalt mode can prevent the white chlorination syndrome we recently experienced. Transfer of bodily information to civilization repressed replicants is proceeding as planned, with the genes of the originals safely stored inside. Our role as surveillance androids to prepare for when the incurable bacterial disease eventually dies out is also underway. So far, this is proceeding without issue. Project Gestalt 9182. This document discusses potential strategies for relapse cases we have observed in recent years. The term relapse, of course, refers to the catastrophic loss of sentience in certain gestalts. This syndrome has defied even our most pessimistic initial estimates and continues to trend upwards with disturbing speed, with some relapses gestalts beginning to attack replicants. There is an urgent need to take comprehensive action. We remain convinced that the unknown technological defect in the Gestalt transformation process is responsible for the condition, but so far have been unable to confirm this theory. Research of this condition is now a top priority and looks likely to continue for some time. Then we've got Gestalt report 10432, shorthand minutes of case 23, emergency response conference, committee special meeting. Issue, observed upward trend in relapses, noted and discussed. Issue, acceleration of restoration schedule approved. Report, debate over the use of codename Noya for human restoration schedule. Report, preparations to launch Vice. Preparations to launch Vice decoding system for above. Order collection of guidance and release code for Albert alongside Vice launch. So there's Albert. So there's Vice, there's Noya, and normally there'd be Nier if I didn't name my character Albert. Project Gestalt report 11242, we've determined that the rise of relapses was due to an unexpected spike in the sentience of replicants, as well as a genetic instability within the original Gestalt. It seems the original's effect on bodies that have undergone the Gestalt process was not anticipated in advance. Immediate action must be undertaken to identify the links between this trend and the original Gestalt. Oh, Albert. The original Gestalt, along with its sister, the relapse case known as Yona, the observer contact group is growing uneasy, so finding a solution to the relapse issue should be considered a top priority.
So I'm confused what they mean by relapse. To identify the links between this trend and the original Gestalt, along with its sister, a relapse case known as Yona. Maybe I'll have to look up something that explains this better later, because it's a bit confusing.
You and us, we're the same. Tools in the hands of a master.
No, I'm nothing like you.
Pretty easy boss fight this time around.
Devila? Devila?
Popola, are you crying?
No! Don't die!
You know, Popola, I understand now why we're twins. It's because we were born without souls.
Wait, what?
I can't stop the bleeding. Oh God, I can't stop it.
This world is too lonely for one without a soul. There's too much emptiness.
The way that they phrased that made it sound like twins don't have souls at
Are
first.
missing. And yet somehow our tears still work. It's kind of weird. Sorry, sis. I love you.
Devila! Devila! Don't you go! No, I can't be alone!
Oh.
Devila!
Popola don't want to be alone.
Popola, let's stop this now.
You want to talk?
Now you want to stop? You think you have the luxury to stop? You cut down my sister like a goddamn animal and now you want to stop? Popola, wait! It doesn't have to. No one stops! It's way too late to stop! No one stops!
Oh, yeah?
Please, don't do this.
Wait, I was expecting the game to fucking pause.
Those two have watched the world wither for time immemorial.
No, okay, I can stop now. Here's how I stop. I just go into the menu and then I just get close game.
The coolness of such a fate is difficult to imagine.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to fight her.
Stop bitching and start fighting. It's the
I don't want to fight her either, to be honest. I can understand why they're angry at me now. Like, even before, I was like, I don't really like doing this.
No stopping. No stopping ever.
But what if we want to stop? Just press the stop button. I'll just turn off the PlayStation. Goodbye, Bridge.
Blast! We're trapped.
I've got an idea.
It's a terrible idea, Emil. Don't do it.
I fear we're done for.
It'll be all right.
No, it won't, and I know why it
when I
won't
was
be
young,
alright, Emil. Emil,
Hated my eyes.
Emil gonna die. I don't like
And now
it.
that I'm older, I hate what my body has become. But there's something else there now. Something like pride, you know? I mean, without all this, I couldn't have become your friend.
No, don't do it, Emil.
Goodbye, my friends.
Stay here.
Thank
There
you for
better be an
everything.
ending where this doesn't happen.
Emil.
You can't give me 5
For so
endings
long,
and then be like,
all I could do
nope,
was destroy.
nothing changes.
But now, I have a chance to save something.
No!
Now get going, okay?
Emil.
Don't worry about me. I'm gonna be fine.
I don't think you are, my main man.
Emil. Emil.
Emil's just like, shove.
Emil! You jackass, get back here! Emil!
Oh dear. Kaine's so unstable, and Vice can't stop arguing with people. I hope they can hold it together once I'm gone. Well, I guess they'll just have to learn. I want to see you again. I want to see all of you again. Just one more time. I'm scared. I don't want to die.
No, I don't like it. Okay, now yeah, no, I didn't like this the first time. I don't like it now. Huh? Was this? Oh, poor Meal. Wait. God damn it. Them two. I don't like this ending at all. I really don't. You took the lives of our families. You're kind of hard to kill, aren't you? Yeah, so this time around we can understand what the Shades are saying. Demon, you stole our children's future. Stop talking and get over here. You can die now. This is ridiculous. Man, it's not any better this time around. Meanwhile, this guy's just chilling here. And there's Yona. Yona's just sleeping in bed. Oh, but it's just like, is this really worth it? And Kaine can't comfort him because if she does, then that shade is gonna take over. So Kaine has a shade. So Kaine was gravely injured, and a shade came by and basically rebuilt half her body, sort of thing, and stopped her from dying. But in exchange, the shade is basically like the moment that you show any compassion to anyone, I'm gonna take over your body, and all of this sort of thing. And that's why Kaine's kind of been a bit of an asshole to everyone. And we understand that now. That's not the one I wanted to use. I wanted to use this one. Oh, rusty kitchen knife. Oh my goodness. I really do wish I had... Actually, now that I think about it, I don't need, like, I don't need, like, extra drops, right? Armor break 30, XP rate 30. Get out of here. I want... Try weaken. You're very sad. Yes, I am very sad. Why does the game think I want less levels? More levels at this point. Um... That's all of them, isn't it? Yep, okay. I'm very sad. I don't like this ending. I really don't. I don't think it was worth it. I didn't want the king to die. I didn't want Emil to die. I didn't want the Deviler to die. Or Popola. That's why I've got the sad face on right now. Knowing my luck, the you have to if you want to play all the endings. I assume that not much is gonna change per ending if I know this game. This game has been very sad. I don't like it.
Yona!
Yona! This guy.
This ends here.
Or does it?
Hold nothing back.
How can a mere tool hope to stand against the Shadow Lord?
The Shadow Lord.
Such a man, a fool. I am nothing like you.
Don't worry, we ball. Okay, I'm gonna go back to normal now.
Sunshine, I ain't certain about this, but I think your heart is strong. The hate is gone. The sadness is gone. It's just a bunch of white light now.
Oh.
What the hell's going on here?
I can't tell, Tommy. You're not the only voice in my life anymore. I've experienced fear, hate, and then sympathy. I'm a curse, a freak. I know that. But guess what? He still accepts me. He still forgives me.
Oh, come on. You're doing this for him?
I'm tired of this world and everybody in it. But I'll become his sword one last time.
Uh-huh. Okay. Ish.
You alright?
Naturally, I am as fit as a fit.
Naturally, I'm fit as a fiddle. All ending Assassin's Creed when. Oh my goodness, I do have to move on to Odyssey next, I suppose. I've run out of classic Assassin's Creed games. There we go. I bopped him. He got bopped.
Wait.
He's been boopity boopity bopped. Oh no. Oh, I just realized it's 11 o'clock. Wait, no, I don't want that.
Brother.
Yona.
Just walks right past him.
Please, just stop. I don't
Stop.
want to do this anymore.
don't need someone else's body. I don't want it.
Who else there? Yeah, who else to begin with?
Inside this body, I can hear her.
Oh, damn.
She won't stop crying. She says she wants to see her brother.
Yona's been possessed?
This girl
Yona's been possessed.
just as much as I do. It's not right, you know? It's not right that she can't see him.
Stop, please.
It's you, isn't it?
It's you, isn't it?
Yes, it's me. Let's go home.
Stop, listen to me, Yona, please. So I think what happened here is that they were like humans at one point. No, dang it.
I'm really sorry. I don't know what to. I'm so very sorry. No matter what. Just know that I love you.
I think what happened is they were like humans to begin with. And then they got turned into shades. And then there was...
The shade that possessed her is gone.
They were like humans and they got turned to shades. And so there was like replicants that were made to for them to be like.
Think I'm gonna sympathize with you?
But why?
I swore to protect my sister and my friends. If someone puts them in danger, they must stand aside or be cut down. Now come on, let's finish this.
No. So I think that Yona and Nier were like humans.
What's wrong?
And they got turned in the shades, and now there's replicants that they're supposed to possess to like become human again and stuff like that. But turns out the replicants have like souls of their own or whatever, or like their own people. And so when the shades take over them, it's like, oh no, there's somebody in here already. And
Bother. One moment, please.
You okay?
Fine, just fine. Alright, no, I'm not. It seems some headstrong idiot has decided to push me beyond my limits. I should have taken that job as a cookbook when I had the chance.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Only joking. I hate cookbooks.
But
he's racist against cookbooks.
I have one final task to fulfill.
where are you going?
Why, to stop him, of course. But after that, it's up to you. Only you can see this battle to its conclusion. I wish you luck, my friend.
Well,
You can't. I swore I'd always fight by your side.
You are an exceedingly stubborn lad. You know that, yes? Perhaps that's why I've so enjoyed our time together. But I fear this is where our journey ends.
Vice!
Oh, and remember what I told you about using my full name.
We have to refer to him as Grimoire Vice.
Well, forget it. I've grown rather fond of Vice.
Vice. I knew you'd come around.
Don't let it go to your head now.
Everyone's dead. Well, except for one person. Grimoire Vice has lost all of his powers. That's okay, we can just bop him. See? Bop. And I cannot live in a world without you.
I have something to defend. I have a reason to live.
Be gone. And soon I will join you. I feel a bit bad for him because he waited so long. Only for it to go bad right at the end. He so fucking hesitated then. Damn, I don't know what to think about all this, knowing what they actually say this time. Anna, all I brought you is pain, years of painful, lingering memories. I couldn't do it. I couldn't rescue you. Aww. Oh. So sorry I failed. Your brother failed. Whoa! This didn't happen last time. This is like back in the start of the game, where they were hiding out in this store.
Here, you can have this cookie.
It's a cookie.
Don't worry about it, Yona. I'm already full.
This again? That's what you said yesterday. You haven't been eating anything lately. Come on, at least take half.
Thanks.
Why? Whoa, it's all the people.
Hey.
Hey?
Thanks for always being there for me.
Hey.
Oh, here. I brought your half.
Thanks, Yona.
It's interesting getting to see
like that was a very different like end bit. Like the first time around, it was like it showed what happened to like Albert and Kaine and stuff like that, and this time we got to see what happened to them. It's still a pretty sad game though. Oh my goodness. Well, at least we got credits. Now I just gotta do it all over again 3 more times. I've been told it's only really worth it to do the first 3, and the last 2 aren't really that important, but... look at all these people. Go Takahashi! Ah, I don't know who that is, but... Dun, dun, dun. Is it? Yeah, I don't know what they're saying this time. Well, at least we got, like, at least we got this one done. I probably won't finish it for maybe another week or 2. It depends. Depends if I decide to go through it again on, like, during the week. I don't think I will. I've kind of got other stuff to do during the week this week. But it's pretty well timed. It's only 10 past 11, so... I'm glad I got to finish this route before the stream, or by the end of the stream. I was a bit worried that it might not be that it might take a while. My goodness, there's so many people. There's a lot of Nians. You know, I wonder what it's going to be like when companies like Square Enix and Bethesda and EA and stuff like that go out of business. Because, like, if it happens within my lifetime, it'll be interesting to be like, oh yeah, there was this massive company that that used to make the best stories in the industry and stuff like that, and they went under when some crazy event happened or something, you know? That being said, Square's been around for 40 years or so now, so I doubt it'll happen anytime soon, but it'll be interesting to see which companies do end up going under. I wonder how much longer they'll be around for. Because not every company lasts forever. To be honest, part of me wishes that they would go under before I kick the bucket, so that I can at least be like, oh yeah, here's all the games they made. because I'd be like, oh my god, I didn't get to see Final Fantasy 35 or whatever it is, whatever it ends up being. What's this? Oh my god, it's the ball! Emil! Oh my god, she's alive!
That was crazy! I can't believe how well my sister's body holds up.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Hard to move when you're just ahead. I wonder where everybody is. I can't wait to see them again. But before that can happen, there's some stuff I gotta do first.
Gonna bounce around.
Body, or at least some legs.
He's just gonna take someone's body.
I sure hope Kaine and Vice haven't killed each other yet. I swear, you leave them alone for 1 minute.
Oh my god, I'm so happy. I'm so glad. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna save here. Oh, look at that bee. Wait, maybe there is only 3 routes. Maybe I've been misled. Maybe I will finish it next week. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I'm so glad that I'm so glad that Emil made it. That's all. Like, Emil was the one I wanted to survive the most. Like, oh, that's wonderful. I'm so glad. Well, anywho, I should get going. I probably won't be streaming for the rest of the week. I'll probably just stream on Saturday again, and then kill the project, but not the ball. Well, like, Albert didn't die. His human shade guy did. But also, like, seemed to be pretty happy afterwards. But yeah, anywho, I should finish the stream. I think that's a good place to finish the stream, so but anywho, I will catch you later. So yeah, I'll probably be streaming on the Saturday, and then on Monday again, just like I normally do. Hopefully we'll get to spin the wheel next week. That'd be fun. I like that. I enjoy that. I will catch you all later. I hope you have a good night, and yeah, I'll see you later. Bye.